Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. Can you play the Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when I present. It's great.
bacon, baby.
It's fine.
Oh, I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for
supporting kids design glass.
So today at the museum, what we're making can be seen over here on this lit pedestal, making these vase-type forms. They all have an inside color and an outside color that creates interesting optics as the colors blend. Right now, Sarah over on the side here is making what's known as a stuff cup. That's our outside color. It's a transparent. Meanwhile, Gabe is in the center here working with an opaque. And he's doing a technique called blow through, where you blow through some of the color to create a nice gradation of color concentration in the glass. And you can see in real time over at Sarah's bench that as the glass is exposed to the cold air or comes into contact with the newspaper, it cools down and you can see the actual color it will be. Now Gabe is taking another dip inside of the furnace. We have two furnaces on the hot shop floor. Both hold about 1,000 pounds of glass. We only melt clear glass. So even though it looks orange, white, or yellow, it is clear. You can see up on the screen, Sarah is heating up that punty because her stuff cup is done, and now she's going to be breaking it off so that we can use it with the glass Gabe has. So right now what Gabe is doing is he's shaping his core to be the appropriate size and shape for stuffing the cup that Sarah has made. Sarah's kind of babysitting that cup right now, waiting for Gabe to do what he needs to do. So he's going to get a nice elongated form, and then he'll dip into the furnace and get what's known as a strip gather. So he'll gather the glass, and then he'll strip off any extra, and then immediately he will go to stuff the cup that Sarah has made. Right now he's shaping and cooling down that core. We want a nice cool core, and we want that hot furnace glass on the outside so that it fuses to the stuff cup. So the wrapping and the tapping, that is a quintessential move that's called screwing with your coworker. It's essential here to have fun on the hot shop, yeah? So now he's doing the strip gather. All of the excess glass is falling into that bucket. We are able to recycle the glass that falls into the strip bucket. Now he's going over to the pipe cooler because the pipe is always its hottest right after a gather. Now Ben has taken out a preheated metal stand that will hold the stuff cup while Gabe goes in to execute the stuffing. Oh. So Ben's got on Kevlar gloves that's protecting him from the heat of the glass. Remember, all of the glass on the hot shop floor has to maintain at least 1,000 degrees temperature so that it doesn't crack and break. So the technique there is, you see he's got the end of the pipe capped. That's preventing him from collapsing that bubble in the center. That nice elongated shape allowed for him to fuse the glass at the very tip first, and then he pushed down, causing that inside glass to conform to the shape of the outside glass or the stuff cup, and that eliminates the possibility of any air bubbles getting trapped in between the wall of the exterior glass color and the inside glass bubble. And now what he'll do is he'll begin to heat the back end of that cup and use the Marver gravity force and heat to finish sealing the back end of that stuff cup. So what Ben is doing is he's using that fluffy torch to really heat up the part of the stuff cup that has not yet fused. And Gabe is using downward pressure on the Marver. The Marver is that steel table. And now what we're going to do is we're going to heat up the very tip where our original punty was attached to get rid of any clear glass that is at the very tip of that stuff cup. If at any point anyone has any questions, please let me know. I'm here as your visual guide. So what Gabe is doing now that that tip has been preheated, he's able to pull off that extra clear glass using the diamond shears. The diamond shears are named as such because of the diamond shape in the center of the shears. And for those of you who missed it, what we're making today are more of these vases that'll be sold in the store. All of these vases have two colors, an opaque color on the inside of the glass and a transparent color on the outside, which is creating all of these gradations in color and visual effects. So what Gabe just did there was he helped to sculpt the bottom of the piece, and he also cooled it. The concentration of transparent colored glass at the bottom of the vases is called ice. So what he did was he chilled the ice so that we make sure there's plenty of ice at the bottom. He's continuing to chill that. So in glass blowing, we use a combination of temperature and force to shape the glass. We're heating up the parts of the glass that we want to expand, and we're cooling down the parts of the glass that we don't. Glass will always move the most where it is hottest, so by isolating that heat, really putting that heat up in where we're going to put the jack line, we're able to control how the glass expands and contracts. So you guys can see at the bottom of this piece, see that round blob of glass at the very end? That's our ice. He's blown the glass and had it expand so that he can eventually elongate the glass using gravity, centrifugal force, and more heat. And now we're going to get the glass really extra hot and spicy so that we can put in the jack line. This is one of the times in which you're making the glass where you get it the hottest, because we want to execute the jack line in one heat if we can. So Sarah's holding that glass at about a 30 to 40 degree angle to make sure that the glass doesn't touch back on itself. And Gabe is using his jacks to put in that jack line. That jack line is where we will eventually be breaking the glass off of the pipe and putting it onto the punty. You can see that gravity and heat are also causing it to elongate closer to the long vase shape that we eventually want. Now we're using the air to cool down that jack line so that we can get a little bit more strength, a little bit more integrity. As the glass cools down, it becomes more hard and brittle. So we want that strength right at that jack line now that we've executed it. Otherwise, it'll get too floppy. Now Gabe's heating up the bottom of that, and we've moved what's known as a paper marver into play. So he'll be using that in order to get that nice long cylinder. So he's using this paper marver to make sure that he's completely nice and round and a consistent diameter throughout the piece. Now Sarah is capping the end of that pipe. We want to make sure we're not compressing that air too much. We just want to evenly distribute the pressure inside the pipe so that we have a consistent diameter. And you can really see the blow through happening here as the opaque color is more towards the pipe end and it's more clear towards the bottom where we have all that ice. So there's a slight taper happening where the diameter isn't consistent. So where it is larger in diameter, Gabe just put some heat into so that we can compress that area to match the rest. Does anyone have any questions for me? See how he's using that downward pressure to help compress that glass that was slightly larger. And now what's next is to make sure it can stand upright. So we're going to flatten our ice. We also have another opportunity to have your ideas facilitated in glass. It's known as our Visiting Artist Residency Program. And we invite artists from any medium to apply for a residency, and the team will help to facilitate your dreams in glass. It is quite competitive to get, but applications are open now through November 1st. You can find them through Submittable, if you're familiar with that platform, and you can also find a link to it through our website. And now we're getting ready to break the vase off of the pipe and put it onto the punty. So Ben is creating a punty right now. So both glasses are at a certain temperature where when the punty comes in contact with the base of the vase, it will fuse. So now it's fusing. Now we're going to go ahead and let that punty set up, which means to cool down and regain some of the rigidity of colder glass. Meanwhile, we're heating up where the glass is attached on the pipe side in order to create thermal shock. So we'll add heat, then we'll add water, and it'll cause the glass to break right at that jack line. Now that we've added water, vibrations are sent up the pipe in the form of a tap, and it causes that glass to break. And now that it's on the punty, we can really take this time to sculpt the very top of the vase, the opening. So once we get this glass back on center, we'll be able to heat up that opening area, tweeze it out so that it's the same thickness as the rest of the glass, and then open it up. So now what we're doing is we're trimming off the excess. So we isolated an initial jack line so we could stretch out that glass at the top that tends to be thicker. Now he's made a nice sombrero looking thing. And he'll use that in order to puff up any remaining glass. And then we'll be able to cut off at the second jack line right there. Sarah will use her tweezers eventually to knock it off. Now that we've got the glass nice and trimmed, we'll be able to take our jacks once the glass is nice and hot at the very end and begin to open up the hole so that it matches the same diameter as the rest of the cylinder. So Gabe was able to open up that cylinder using his jacks. Meanwhile, Sarah used a paddle to make sure that the lip was nice and even. So the question is, why does Gabe keep heating up the piece? So the glass needs to maintain at least 1,000 degree temperature, otherwise it will crack and break. And what he's doing is he's finessing the top part of the cylinder. He really wants it to be perfect, perfectly the same diameter. And then every time you, quote unquote, touch the glass with a tool, there's a possibility of leaving tool marks. So he will also be melting out any tool marks. But Sarah's about to get suited up, which means the piece is done. And now we're going to begin the process of flashing down the piece. So flashing down the piece is where we go inside the glory hole, heat up the glass, and it usually happens over a course of 3 times. Because we often heat the glass more where we want the glass to move, we want to combat that uneven distribution of heat by flashing down the piece so that the majority of the piece is all about 1100 degrees. You can see that he's still heating it using the fluffy torch, and that's creating, again, that thermal shock condition. So now that we've added heat into that punty, the piece is moving along on the punty a little bit. Now he's going to shock the glass. Meanwhile, Ben has the hot torch, so he'll be fire polishing where that punty was attached. To remove any marks. And into the annealer this piece will go, and over the course of about 8.5 hours, it'll slowly come down from 1,000 degrees to room temperature. This annealing process is critical to ensure that the glass can survive in our air temperature, standard temperature. At about 700 degrees, glass is at its critical breaking point, essentially. So if glass gets too quickly rushed through the annealing process at about 700 degrees, it will break. Yes, thank you. And in true production style, we're getting ready to do it all over again. So Ben has gotten some clear glass at the end of a punty where he will be then stabbing up the next transparent color. Yeah. Yes. The question is about safety gear as far as the staring into the glory hole. Yes, it is better to wear titanium glasses, but it's personal choice. It's required to have some sort of eye protection, whether it be prescription glasses or safety glasses. You'll notice that if we're using the hot torch for long periods of time, then it is super essential to wear titaniums, and that's when they'll come out. You are hurting your eyeballs a little bit staring into that. Yeah, 100%. Right now what you're seeing on the screen is known as a color drop. So we got that color concentrate really nice and warm and then dropped it onto a clear starter bubble. And now Sarah will heat up that color concentrate and evenly distribute it across that whole clear starter bubble. Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your stay. Can we show the color drop slide, please? So here's another view at what that looks like. You can see that we've got clear glass, so Gabe is the clear glass. You can see we've got the colored glass, that's what Ben has right now, and we encapsulate that starter bubble with the colored glass. And then we add another layer of clear on the outside. So Gabe is letting his starter bubble cool. Ben is heating up his color drop. And then we'll go vertical for the actual execution. So we're letting gravity do its job, causing the glass to droop down. And then Gabe will cut the color before the clear. So you can see there's a little bit of color just kind of, fall into the ground there, yeah. And now he's sweeping that color over that starter bubble. Glass color comes in 3 forms. Today we're focusing on using color bar, which is essentially what it sounds like, a bar of color concentrate. Can we play the stuff cup slide, please? So up on the screen, you can see essentially what we'll be doing. So the inside color bubble, that's what Gabe has. The outside cup is what Sarah's working on right now. So she's got the transparent color, Gabe has the opaque color, and eventually we will be blowing the opaque color inside of the stuffed cup Sarah's making. Thanks, Chris. Right now, Sarah is using what's known as a block. It is a piece of green cherry wood that lives in water. And what happens is that water creates a layer of steam when the block is exposed to that molten glass, which makes sure that the glass doesn't become stuck to the block. And what she's doing is she's shaping the glass using a newspaper that also gets soaked with water. So Gabe has just encased that color drop in clear. And now he'll set himself up to do the blow through. The blow through is exactly as it sounds, and we're blowing through parts of the color. This causes a gradation of color concentrate in the cylinders, so you can see that they become more transparent towards the bottom of the cylinder and more opaque towards the top. This allows for the color to really mix optically. This one in particular is showing that quite well. It goes from the yellow to the orange. So the inside opaque color is that orange. The outside color is transparent yellow. And in the mix, you have something like a tequila sunrise happening, right? Over in the side, where Sarah's working, you can also see it on the screen. You can watch the color become closer to its true color when it's exposed to the room temperature air and the coolness of that paper. So when it first came out of the hole, it was really nice and orange. And now as it's cooled down, it looks black on the screen, but it's kind of a brownish color. So Sarah's color is gray. Meanwhile, Gabe's opaque color is lime green. For those of you just coming in, this is what we're working on today. We're making these cylinders that incorporate an opaque blow-through on the inside and a transparent color on the outside. So Sarah is making what's known as a stuff cup. We will be putting our opaque glass into the cup Sarah's making. Right now, Gabe is doing what's known as a strip gather. So he's gathering glass from that furnace and stripping off any extra. We want the exterior core of glass to be really nice and warm when we go to stuff it to ensure that we have the glass fusing together. Now Gabe's going over to the pipe cooler to cool down that pipe because it tends to be its hottest right after we gather from the furnace. So they're just about ready to execute the stuff cup. So Ben will go and take out a preheated metal stand that will hold the cup. We need to preheat the metal stand so that there is no thermal shock. If the hot stuff cup were to go on a room temperature or cold stand, it would cause that stuff cup to break. Ben is using Kevlar gloves in order to protect his hands from the heat of the glass. Awesome. So that is how we get color on the outside of the glass. Does anyone have any questions for me? Yeah. Right. Can we play the furnace slide, please? So we have two 1,000-pound furnaces on our hot shop floor. Both of them hold about 1,000 pounds of glass, and we are melting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They both run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they're powered by natural gas and forced air. Our glory holes are running warmer at 2,350 degrees. Thank you. So now that we've properly adhered that stuff cup to the blown glass inside, we're going to remove the button at the base of our cup. This button is leftover clear glass from the punty. So now Gabe is using his diamond shears in order to stretch off and cut off any of that clear glass. So now what we're doing is we're isolating that ice at the base of the cylinder. The ice I'm referring to is this clear / transparent glass that's concentrated at the bottom. So you see that button at the base, that's his ice. And now he's heating up that shoulder so that we can put a jack line in. So now Gabe is putting in that jack line. Sarah's holding the piece at about a 40-degree angle so that we make sure the glass doesn't touch back on itself. The jack line is essential, especially towards the beginning of making the piece, so that we can ensure that we'll be able to break the piece off the pipe and move on towards the punty side. So essentially what's attached to the pipe right now is actually going to be the opening of our cylinder. Now Gabe is using what's known as a paper marver in order to begin the process of making that cylinder shape. You can see as the glass is exposed to that paper marver, it's cooling down and you can really see the gray. So the part that's still orange is the hottest. Now we're heating up the bottom of the cylinder in order to flatten it. So now we've gotten the bottom of that cylinder really nice and warm. Nick is using a paddle to flatten that base. Meanwhile, Gabe is using jacks to affirm the diameter. So he's using slight pressure downward to make sure that the bottom of that vessel is very nice and crispy, right where the bottom and the side meet. You can see at the top of the vessel where it's attached to the pipe, that lime green is starting to show up because it is more concentrated of color. For those of you coming in, here's what we're making today. We're making these cylinder vessels. So now that we've gotten the vessel to the point where it's pretty much set on the bottom, Ben is making a punty. We're getting ready to break it off of the pipe side and put it onto the punty so that we can open up the top of the cylinder. Do we have a punty slide? So you can see the bottom of that vessel is slightly still red. It's because there's so much mass from that ice that it's staying hotter longer. And now we're attaching the punty to the bottom of the vessel at the center of that ice. Now we're going to let that glass set up so it becomes more stiff. We've got a little bit more structural integrity in the glass. Now we're creating thermal shock conditions. So we're going to heat up the glass right where we want to break it, and then we're going to cool the glass right where we want to break it. And that thermal shock distresses the glass so much that when vibrations are sent up it, the glass breaks. So we just added our heat. Now we're adding our cold. Then the vibrations. So the glass that is still attached to that pipe is called the moil. And the moil and the pipe go into a bucket where the glass eventually cracks off as it cools down. And then we'll reuse that pipe later on today. Right now, Gabe is using a paddle in order to make sure that the glass is perfectly on center. So we want the glass on the end of the punty and the punty to be spinning simultaneously and within the same circle. So now that we've got the punty attached, now it's time to really open up and stretch out the top of the cylinder. Where the glass was just attached to that pipe, it tends to be thicker because we don't blow it out as much. That's where our jack line was. So what we need to do is we need to thin out that glass so that the thickness of the glass throughout the entire cylinder is consistent. So now he's going to get that lip really nice and toasty. You'll see when he comes out, it'll be a really nice bright orange. And then he'll be able to stretch it. So now what he's doing is he's flipping open the lip so that he has an area that he can stretch and pull on. So he flipped over that lip. Now Nick is using a paddle to flatten it. And Gabe is able to grab onto that lip with those jacks and really stretch that glass. Nick is using a tool called a Sophietta. It's our way of blowing glass when it is attached to the punty. So Gabe was able to break off that excess glass. And now that we've eliminated that, we'll be able to go inside the cylinder and open it up so that the diameter of the opening matches the diameter of the rest of the vessel. Does anyone have any questions for me? Cool. The question is about the pipe in which we're using to move around the glass. And the pipe does get warm when it's coming out of the furnace. And the larger the glass vessel, the hotter it is. However, you can see that he's holding on to the pipe where there's a change in color, right? So as the pipe is exposed to heat, a heat patina begins to develop on the pipe. So it's a combination of where the pipe is no longer warm and muscle memory and physical touch that determines where Gabe is able to safely have his hand. But consistently, if you look at that heat patina, right where it transitions into that nice silvery color, that's typically where the glass blower feels comfortable to grab that pipe. So now Gabe is again using that paper marver in order to help shape the glass. He wants the cylinder to be perfectly straight up and down. He concentrated the heat on the lip portion, so you saw that that was the brightest red, so that was the hottest part. And when he went to go on the paper marver, he set his back down first, allowed that to set the diameter, and then moved it more flat so that we can have a consistent parallel lines for each side of that cylinder. Now they're crispening up that lip, making it a bit more crispy. Gabe is using the jacks and with a downward force reiterating that diameter. Meanwhile, Nick is using the paddle to make sure that the lip is consistent. And now we're beginning the process of flashing down the piece. And Sarah will then suit up so that we can box it. So we're putting heat back into that punty so that we can create those thermal shock conditions. Meanwhile, we're going to continuously flash the piece to flash it down. That evens out the heat inside the glass. We want it all to be a consistent about 1100 degrees when we box it. So now that we've added heat into that punty and flashed down the piece, now water is added right to that punty at an upward angle. That's creating that thermal shock. Then vibrations will be sent up the pipe, causing it to break absolutely where we want it. Then Ben will go in with a hot torch and eliminate any residual punty marks at the bottom of the cylinder. Awesome. Can we go ahead and give the team a round of applause? So that was our second cylinder of the day. The inside color was a lime green blow-through. The outside color was a dark gray. The insides for all of our cylinders we're making are an opaque color. And the blow-through is essentially we're blowing through the color so there's variations in color concentrate. The outside color is a transparent, and you can see it pure in the ice at the bottom. The ice is the concentration of glass at the bottom of the vessel. We call it ice. It's not very cold. I don't know why we call it ice, but I think it's awesome. So you can see up here that our opaque color in this example is orange, and then you've got this super beautiful fade from that yellow transparent up into the higher concentration of that color orange at the top. And in true production style, we're getting ready to stab up the next transparent color. And what we'll be making next is the stuff cup. And here, Gabe and Nick are pulling out vessels that were created maybe yesterday. Hey, Chris, can you play the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So Sarah has the clear starter bubble, and Ben is bringing over that nice hot color drop. You can see that he's got it really nice and spicy, and he's holding it at an angle and letting gravity put the glass onto the clear bubble. Then Sarah cuts that color before the clear to ensure that we don't have any clear mixing in. And now what we'll do is we'll heat up that color that's on the surface of our starter bubble and evenly distribute it across that clear bubble. And this will eventually be our stuff cup. This is our way of getting that transparent color on the surface of the glass. So when you're looking at the vases, the way that they're constructed is you've got your clear starter bubble, you have your opaque blow through, you've got 3 more layers of clear, and then you have your transparent color on the outside. So that's how many layers of glass we use to compose this. So Gabe's working on the other starter bubble. This will eventually be our opaque color blow through. Meanwhile, Ben is heating up that opaque color, and it'll be another color drop. The question is about the combustion system that we use here at the museum. All of our equipment, not all, most of our equipment, as far as the furnaces and glory holes are concerned, are run off of natural gas and forced air. We do have some propane in the building. That's what is firing up the fluffy torch, and the garage is run on propane as well. But as far as like the big pieces of equipment, that's all natural gas and forced air. On the hot shop floor, we do have 2 furnaces. Both hold 1,000 pounds of glass. They are melting the glass at 2,100 degrees. Our glory holes are heating glass at 2,350 degrees, so just a little spicier. And all of the glass on the floor, while we're making it, needs to maintain 1,000 degree temperature, otherwise it will crack and break. So what Gabe is working on right now is the blow-through component in our opaque color. Meanwhile, Sarah is working on our stuff cup. Can we go ahead and play the stuff cup slide, please? So here's what that looks like. This is what we're getting ready to do. So Gabe has that inside color, and Sarah is making that outside color. We want the transparent glass on the surface of our opaque glass. Thanks, Chris. Do I have any other questions? So Gabe just gathered up our 3rd layer of glass. So what we're making are these cylinders. You can see examples of a couple of days ago here and yesterday's examples over there. And you can see that nice gradation of color. That's our blow through. So that's what Gabe is working on right now. He's literally blowing through that opaque color to create that gradation. Meanwhile, Sarah is not doing a blow through. She's just doing a consistent, transparent color that'll be on the surface. So that was the blow through right there, that action. So when Gabe was on the marver, he was pushing some of that color back towards the head of the pipe. And he's also heating up the tip just a little bit hotter so that when he blows, all of the air is forced to the tip, blowing through that color. Question is, how many hours does it take to make one of these cylinders? We started at 10 a.m. We've boxed 2, so approximately 1 hour to complete it. 1 hour. And 27, well, more than that. So Gabe's been blowing glass for 27 years. Ben's been blowing glass for that long, if not more. And so has Sarah. So it's a lot of expertise. So Ben is the one with the long sleeve shirt on. He is our hot shop director here at the Museum of Glass, and he has been here since the museum started. Gabe came through about 6 months after. He was the first glassblower hired by Ben. And then Sarah has been here for 17 years. So the team has all been working together for quite some time. I just celebrated my first year at the museum in September. It's still September, so this month. Woohoo! Yep, the question is, what is in this bottle? And this is water. And he used the water to soak his newspaper. That is black and white newspaper that we use to help shape the glass. And we use the water to make sure that the newspaper doesn't ignite. So it's soaked in water. And so what Gabe is doing with that newspaper is he's, one, shaping the glass. He wants a nice long bubble for his stuff cup. And he's also cooling down the tip. This will be a cold core here shortly once he gets the shape that he wants. Nice elongated bullet. And then he'll take what's known as a strip gather on top of that. It's a strip gather because we're gathering up the glass and then we're stripping off any glass that we don't want. And with the nice heat of the furnace from that strip gather, we'll be able to do our stuff cup. You can see Sarah has made some headway, and she's actually basically done with that stuff cup. Now Gabe is going to relax, take a load off while that core cools. And you can see Sarah's over there at the corner. You can see the hottest part of the glass is that nice bright orange. Sarah wants the sides of that stuff cup to be really nice and straight. If they weren't straight, if they were loppy, Gabe would trap a bunch of bubbles in between his inside glass and that outside stuff cup. Hey, Chris, can we have eyes on Sarah? Thank you. And another question was about the glass when we get it as a raw material. Here at the museum, we are melting a glass called Spruce Pine Batch. It is manufactured in Spruce Pine, North Carolina. And it comes in the form of batch. So it's literally sand and other compounds that create the formula. When glass is melted and fined out in the furnace, it is called cullet. So those are the two ways that you can get glass. We get batch, which is raw material. We have two furnaces because when we're charging one or refilling it, we're pulling glass from the other one. When we get the glass in that raw material, that batch, it needs to go through a process called fining out. Fining out takes several days, and it eliminates all of the impurities in the glass from the raw material. And it also ensures that the glass is all nice and viscous. We need that glass to all be 2,100 degrees, so that takes some time. So that's the fining out process. And what you saw Gabe do right over there, that was the strip gather. He took a nice gather of glass. He let whatever he didn't want go back into that bucket. That bucket is now cullet. That bucket is full of cullet because that glass has already been melted. It has gone through the fining out process, and we can recycle that glass. So that glass, because it's clear, it has not been contaminated by anything. It will go back into the furnace next time we charge. Charging is refilling the tank is charging. Now this is a pipe cooler. The pipe is always hottest after a nice fresh gather. So he's going to cool down that pipe so that he is able to really handle it during the stuffing process. So now Ben has grabbed a preheated metal stand from the garage. We want that metal to be preheated because if it were cold, it would shock the glass and cause it to crack. But now that it's preheated, he's able to grab the stuff cup with Kevlar gloves. And here's the stuffing process. So Gabe got that really nice and warm. He's touching the glass at the very tip, and then he's pushing down, which is causing the blown glass on the inside to conform to the shape of the stuff cup on the outside. Now he's blowing it up, adding more pressure. And then when he lifts off, he's going to grab that stuff cup with it. Now the next step is to finish sealing that stuff cup onto that interior bubble. So he's going to heat up the back flange, the part closest to the pipe, and apply pressure to seal the rest of that vessel. The question is, what is the temperature of this stuff cup when they stuff it? Ideally, you want that stuff cup somewhere between 1,050 degrees and 1,100 degrees. Ben says 1,300 to 1,400 degrees. So for this cylinder, the inside is sky blue, the outside is moss green. Some nice cool tones. Now what Gabe is doing is he's cooling down that bottom because we want to make sure we don't lose any of that ice. For those of you who missed it, the ice I'm referring to is this concentration of transparent glass at the bottom. Thick, solid glass. That's our ice. So he's cooling down that ice. Meanwhile, he's using the fluffy torch to heat up the shoulder because that's where we want it to stretch. Now, Gabe is using that wet newspaper to cool down that ice. Remember, we don't want to lose it. He's also shaping to the general diameter of the cylinder. He blew up the sides. And now the next step is going to be to put in the jack line. So Sarah's going to get that glass really nice and warm, and when she comes out, she'll hold it at a slight angle. And Gabe will use the jacks in order to cut in that line. The jacks are the tools that are in his hand. He heated them up with the fluffy torch, and then he put beeswax on them. The beeswax acts as a lubrication, so it ensures that he doesn't get stuck or add scuzz from the steel into the glass. So this jack line he's putting in is where we will eventually be breaking it off the pipe once the punty is attached. For those of you just coming in, welcome. So the question is, does the glass sometimes break? Yes, the glass does sometimes break. It's not typically going to be breaking at this temperature. It'll typically happen when we go to break it off at the very end, when it's done, when it's most valuable, when your heart wrenches. Yeah, that's when it'll break. And now we're using the paper marver in order to help shape that diameter super nice and even. Sarah is capping the end because we don't want to compress that air bubble. So now we're heating up the bottom so that we can flatten it so that our vase/cylinder will stand upright. Ben is at the ready with the paddles. That's what we'll be using to flatten. Meanwhile, Gabe will be using those jacks on the top side of that vessel so we have force on the top and the bottom, making nice crisp edges. Sarah's getting that bottom really nice and warm. So what I was doing at the end of the pipe there was I was capping it so that we didn't compress that bubble. And then when Gabe was ready for the bubble to release some air, then I uncapped. I'll come back for your question in a second. So the one question was why there has to be fire. And there has to be fire because the glass needs to maintain that 1,000 degree temperature at any given point. So we need to have the fire in order to tell the glass where to move. The glass will always move the most where it is hottest. So we're using that fire to tell the glass, hey, I want you to move here. So we're going to heat you up. Another question that I was given was, what's the difference between the equipment? We've got a number of different pieces here on the hot shop floor, a few less actually than usual because for those of you who don't know, we have our annual auction and gala happening tomorrow, so we're doing a little spring cleaning. We have 2 furnaces on the floor. Here is one furnace and there's another furnace on the opposite side. They both hold about 1,000 pounds of glass and they're melting glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Our glory holes, also known as our reheating chambers, are these circular objects here in the center. We've got 2 holes lit right now. Those are how we constantly reheat the glass. Those have a temperature of 2,350 degrees, so slightly warmer. This tool right here is called the garage. The garage is where we are able to press pause on the glass. It is also, for today, how we are heating up our color. Our color needs to be preheated to about 1,000 degrees before we pick it up, otherwise it will explode. Over here with the door open, that is an annealer, also known as a kiln. Those terms are used interchangeably. So when our glass is made, it needs to cool down slowly. So over a period of 8.5 hours, it will go from about 900 degrees down to room temperature. This right here is called a top loader, named as such because you unload the kiln from the top. And in the event that we have a resident artist or we're making product that requires that tool, we are able to preheat the glass there. We're also able to use that as an annealer or a kiln. Hold on one second. Yeah. The question is, if we were to buy this in the gift shop, how much would it cost? And I don't know because we have never offered that. This product specifically, the team and the store manager work together to develop a price. I don't know, I wish I could tell you. But the store manager could be in the store and you could ask them specifically, especially if you want to buy something that you're seeing on these pedestals here today. Can we play the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So what that was trimming the extra glass at the top. So the glass attached to the pipe tends to be thicker. So what Gabe did was he made an area for him to grab onto using the jacks and then stretched the glass. And then they broke off what they didn't want. So now Gabe is using his jacks on the inside of the vessel to open up the top to match the same diameter as the rest. Meanwhile, Sarah was using the paddle to make sure that the lip was consistently flat. For those of you just coming in, we are making a new product for the store, and you can see on our lit pedestals here. This particular piece is a moss green on the outside and a sky blue on the inside. The way that this gradation is achieved is through something called a blow-through. So our opaque color is blown through, which causes that gradation and concentration of color. Our outside color, our transparent, is consistent in concentration. So you can see that it's pure at the bottom here in the form of our ice. So you can see here, Gabe is really focusing on making sure that the very end is the same diameter as the rest of the cylinder. So when he comes out, you can see that his heat is concentrated on that end. So what Gabe is rolling on right now is called a paper marver. What Nick is sitting on, that's a traditional marver made out of steel. We're using a paper marver so that it chills the glass less. this is a little bit too harsh, especially with all that ice. There's a possibility we could shock the glass. So by using a paper marver, we're a little bit more gentle, less likely to cause that thermal shock. So the question is about the architecture of the cone. So the architecture is based off of a waste wood burner. So here in the Pacific Northwest, we're known for the timber industry. So the waste wood burner was used in that foresting industry to help cure the wood. So it's based off of that. Typically, the waste wood would be straight up and down. Here, we were creative. We're at a 7-degree angle. And that is the story of the cone. It's also a great talking piece. If you want to, you are able to go completely all the way around and check out schematics of the cone up on the upper level. You can also watch the glass being made from there as well. So now we're at the final stage of our piece, ready to box it. So we added heat into our punty. Now we're adding water to create that thermal shock. Sarah's all suited up to load that piece into the annealer. Meanwhile, Ben is ready to use the hot torch to melt out any punty marks at the bottom of the piece. Into the annealer this piece will go, and it'll slowly come down to room temperature. Can we go ahead and give the team a round of applause? Soon to be in a store near you, i.e. that one over yonder. Yep.
Anybody have any questions before we take them off?
No.
What's your question?
Oh, it is. Yeah. It is. The question was about this orange guy who's wiggling. He is wiggling, and we've got an air conditioner. So I'm cold, they're hot, and that's the air conditioner is moving this piece. The question is, how long does it take to master the skill? Gabe has been doing it for 27 years. Ben has been doing it for 30 years. So about that. So we are going to go ahead and take a lunch break. We will be back in about 1 hour. Everyone, welcome here to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. We are going to be making a folded foot bowl. I personally don't know what that is, so I will be narrating as we go, and we're going to figure it out together. Ben just took another gather. So on the inside of that gather is a starter bubble. So it's a thin layer of clear glass that he's then blown a bubble into. And now he's taken another gather of molten glass and put it on top. Although the glass may look orange or yellow in color, it's clear. We have two 1,000-pound furnaces on the hot shop floor, and they both melt clear glass. The tool Ben is using now to help shape the glass is called a block. It is made out of green cherry wood. It lives in water, and when the block is touching the glass, a layer of steam develops that prevents it from scuzzing up or adding carbon to the surface of the glass. And right there, Ben was using the pipe cooler, which is essentially a foot pedal operated water fountain that cools down the pipe. The pipe is always hottest right after a fresh gather of glass. It's exposed to a lot of that radiant heat from that furnace. The furnace is melting glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is quite warm. The reheating chamber, also known as a glory hole, that Ben is in right now, is heating at 2,350 degrees, so slightly warmer. The question is about if they're going to make if they're going to show the process of making glass from the very beginning. And as far as that is concerned, this is the beginning that we show, is like taking the molten glass from the furnace. But before molten glass is molten glass, it's called batch. Here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass, we melt spruce pine batch, which is raw material that when melted creates molten glass. It has a COE, or coefficient of expansion, of 96, which makes it hot glass. Boro has a different COE, so it's not compatible. Pyrex has another COE, so on and so forth. So there's all of these different flavors of glass, and what dictates the stiffness, the hardness, and the temperature in which you need to achieve in order to move it is all determined by that COE, that coefficient of expansion. But this glass here, we get it imported from Spruce Pine, North Carolina in the form of batch. And when we put the batch inside the furnace, it has to go through a process called fining out, which takes several days to break down all of those compounds into the molten glass we use here. Do I have any other questions? And for those of you just coming in, this is going to be a folded foot bowl. And just so everyone is aware, I'm sure they've already told you at the front, but the museum is closing at 3 p.m. today, so we got just about an hour. We're hosting our annual auction and gala tomorrow evening, so we need that time to prepare. And right now, Ben is using his jacks to isolate an area of glass at the bottom. This is most likely what's going to be the folded foot. So essentially what happened there was Ben isolated that mass of glass at the end and then put the glass back onto itself, which creates the fold. So now this bowl has a thicker layer of glass for the bottom. Once he made that thicker layer of glass, he reattached it to the bottom of the bowl, so it's all one big bubble with a fold into it. And now he's going to be able to blow and expand the whole thing up larger. So now that the bowl is pretty much complete from this side, Sarah's going to take a gather of fresh glass onto a rod and form it into a punty. We'll then attach it to the bottom of the bowl so that we are able to sculpt it from the opposite side. So the bottom of this bowl and the punty are very specific temperatures so that when they touch, they become fused together. So what Ben did there was he aimed for center and then he pushed that punty into the bottom of the bowl, causing it to fuse. Now he's putting water on the jack line where it's attached to the pipe, shocking the glass and causing it to break. Now Ben's getting the part that was once attached to the pipe really nice and warm. So he'll be able to pull it out and open up the lip of the bowl. You can see Nick is using a paddle in order to make sure that the lip stays consistent. So now that the bowl is finished, we're going to knock it off onto that paddle and then use the hot torch in order to eliminate any imperfections from the punty. And into the annealer it will go. And over a course of 8.5 hours, it will slowly come down to room temperature from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit. Any questions about that? So there is spruce pine original, and then there's the new spruce pine. So the new electrical vehicle industry has really driven up the cost of lithium. The old spruce pine batch had lithium, but because of the price of lithium, it increased the price of the glass by about $1,000 a pallet. So we switched over to lithium-free, which is slightly different. In the last month or so, we made the switch. The old spruce pine was way more soft and forgiving and just lovely to work with, especially when you're sculpting, because the work time or time that it remained within that viscous time frame of heat was longer than the new spruce pine. So the question is about how bright that hot torch is. Because they were just spot heating and it was one quick and done, they typically don't get out their glasses. However, if you're using the hot torch for longer periods of time, they have developed a type of glasses called didyniums. Didyniums block the certain ray of light emitted by the hot torch. So if we were going to use the hot torch more, absolutely would put on didyniums. The problem with didyniums is that it's more difficult to tell how hot the glass is. Didyniums give a purple color. They're a purple pair of glasses. And what's great about just using your regular eyes, especially as a glassmaker who's been doing it for the last 20 years, is that you have developed a knowledge of how hot the glass is based on the color in which it is showing. So when you have didyniums on or sunglasses, yes, you are protecting your eyes. However, you're making your life more difficult because now you can't see the color of the glass, the true color. The question is about the combustion system. All of our larger pieces of equipment, i.e. the glory holes and the furnaces, run off of natural gas and forced air. Our garage and our fluffy are powered by propane. So the question is about the capacity to make rather large glass. And this museum in particular is known for making huge glass. We have a program called the Visiting Artist Residency Program, and that typically tends to generate the largest glass anybody can possibly make because you're making it here, and that's really what this team, one of their specialties. This glory hole right here is at its smallest size. It has doors, and the doors open up. So depending on the diameter of the glass you are making, you can open up those doors so that you can reheat it. So the largest glass you can possibly make here at the museum would be dictated by the size of the diameter of the largest hole. So I'd say probably 2 feet or so. When the glass does get that large, we use something called a chariot. A chariot assists the glass makers in holding that glass, because you can imagine this isn't very heavy, this color that Nick has right here, but when you're talking about making glass that's quite large, it can be hundreds of pounds. Do I have any other questions? So we've switched gears, and now we're going to be making these cylinders that you see on these lit pedestals. The way that these cylinders are made is with an opaque color on the inside of the glass and a transparent color on the outside of the glass. The opaque color is then blown through to create the gradation and color concentration throughout the piece. Can we play the stuff cup slide, please? So this is what we're working on right now. Sarah is making the color cup, as you see in the diagram. Meanwhile, Nick is working on the inside color. Ben is about to start heating up his pipe to make a starter bubble, where we will be doing a color drop onto Ben's piece. So the question is, how long does it take to really get proficient in glass making? Ben has been blowing glass for 30 years. Sarah has been blowing glass for 20 or more. Nick has been blowing glass for 20 or more. So it takes quite some time. As far as wanting to be the next Dale Chihuly, if you will, here in the Pacific Northwest, we have some glass factories that help you get proficient in gathering, color dropping, so on and so forth. They are production places, so we're spoiled in the fact that we do have those resources. We also have public access studios in the form of Pratt Fine Arts Center. And we also, here in Tacoma, have a program called the Hilltop Artist Program, which is an opportunity for young people, i.e. middle schoolers and high schoolers, to learn the art of blowing glass. So if you get started when you're 12, you can be good by the time you're 30. And here we're about to do the color drop in the center. So Nick's got that color really nice and toasty. And then Ben's got that starter bubble. And what we're doing is we're essentially draping that concentrated color over the starter bubble. So Ben is about to take another gather of glass. So this will be our third layer of glass. We have our internal starter bubble. We have our layer of opaque. And now we're taking another gather of clear. And it's within this gather that Ben will do the blow through and create that gradation of concentration of the opaque glass. So now that Ben has done the blow through, he's going to go ahead and take another layer of glass. So now we're up to 4. Meanwhile, Sarah's over in the side. She's just punnied up that stuff cup. There's a nice view of our pipe warmer. Pipe cooler, excuse me. Now Ben's using that wooden block in order to shape the glass. Can we have eyes on Sarah? Now Sarah's heating the lip of this stuff cup, and she'll be able to trim away the excess. So she's really concentrating that heat at the very lip. So when she comes out of the hole, you'll be able to see that the hotter part is that brighter orange or yellow color. And right next to the punty, you can see the true color of the glass because it's colder. So Nick is using a paddle to make sure that the lip is nice and even and consistent. Meanwhile, Sarah is using the jacks to open up the vessel. You can see a nice compare and contrast of size. So this is also known as a price check. So Ben's evaluating how much glass he needs in addition to the glass he has right now to fill the cup adequately. So he'll go in, he'll cool his core. So we want the core bubble to be really nice and cold. And then I'll take a nice strip gather, and then we'll be able to stuff the cup. So when Ben comes out, you'll see that he'll hold up the glass and he'll drip off or strip that extra glass into our strip bucket. Never mind, he kept it all. So what Ben did just right there was he used water. That little squirt bottle is full of water, and he soaked the paper to stop it from igniting when it's touching the molten glass. He's using the paper to shape and to cool down specific parts of the glass. When he goes to stuff the cup, he wants it really nice and elongated. We can have eyes in the center. Thanks. So we've got a preheated metal stand right in the center here. We preheat the metal so that it doesn't crack the glass. If it were to be cold, it would cause the glass to crack. Now we got some nice heat into our inside color. Ben touches the tips, and then he pushes down to expand the glass on the inside to fit the contour of the cup on the outside. So that's how we're getting our transparent color on the outside of the glass. Now Ben is using the marver to help press down the remainder of that stuff cup. So basically the tippy top, he's fusing it all the way up. Now Sarah is using the hot torch to preheat the button of clear glass that was left behind from the punty. We'll heat the glass up here so that we can pull out and strip any extra clear. So the transparent color is a gold, and the inside opaque color is a sky blue. I know it's a little bit hard to tell now, but it will get easier to tell as the glass gets blown out and stretched. So if you guys look closely, Ben has isolated a mass of glass at the bottom. And that is ice, technical term. So that's this foot, how it's nice and thick and solid glass. That's the ice he's isolated at the bottom. Currently, he's working on putting in the jack line. The jack line is where we will eventually be breaking the piece off the pipe and onto the punty. Now Ben is using what's known as a paper marver to help shape the glass. He's using that marver to get a consistent diameter through the cylinder. Sarah is capping the pipe so that we don't compress the bubble too much. The capping of the air, as the air expands, is filling out the cylinder. The next step is going to be to put a bottom on the cylinder. That's where it'll eventually be resting on a counter space or a table. So Ben's going to concentrate his heat right where he's got all that ice. So right there, Ben used his jacks to have a downward force on the diameter of the cylinder. Meanwhile, Nick used the paddle to flatten the bottom. So that's how we're able to achieve a really nice crisp edge. Now we're adding heat into the jack line so that we'll be able to break off the glass right where that jack line is. So Nick is going to make what's known as a punty. So it's a gather of clear glass at the end of one of those rods. And he'll make a nice point onto it, and then we'll fuse it to the bottom of this piece. So they're timing out the temperatures of these two glass objects to be that when the punty is attached to the bottom of the cylinder, it will fuse. So Ben is looking for the absolute center within that cylinder to attach that punty so that when he spins, if it's off at all, you'll really notice it's wiggling. We want to make sure we get on center right away. Now we're going to let that punty freeze up so they're both spinning in tandem with one another. And now Ben is going to add heat into that jack line so that we can create that thermal shock that'll cause it to break. So he grabs water using his tweezers and drips it onto the jack line. Then vibrations are used to break it off. That's that thermal shock. Glass really, really hates being really hot and then really cold simultaneously. It's like the perfect recipe to break. So we use that to our advantage when changing from the pipe side to the punty. Now Ben's correcting any imperfections and that punty being on center. The question is, what keeps the glass from breaking off that rod? Temperature. So we preheat the rod. And what that does is on a chemical level, you're opening up the pores of the steel. So now we have a semi-porous material in the steel. We're then going into the furnace that's 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's opening it up even more, and then we're gathering that glass on there. Glass loves to stick to glass. So that's why we do the layer of glass on the moil or on the pipe, that very end. It's called a moil. And then so when we stick that clear glass onto that other glass, it's at the perfect temperature where they instantly fuse. Now we have to maintain that temperature, right? Because if this gets too cold, it will absolutely break off. The coefficient of expansion of the steel that we're using to hold the glass and the glass itself are different. They're completely different. So when that glass is cold, it will crack off that pipe. But as long as we maintain at least 1,000 degrees, the glass will not expand and contract enough to break off the pipe. So it's all about that coefficient of expansion mixed with the temperature. So when we're making glass here on the hot shop floor, it has to maintain at least 1,000 degrees. If we're moving, blowing, really sculpting the glass, it has to be closer to 1,600 up to 2,000. So that's why we use the reheating chambers that are maintaining a temperature of 2,350 degrees, so slightly warmer than our furnaces. So now Ben is isolating the parts of the glass that he wants to remove. Typically, where the glass was attached to the pipe, it tends to be thicker. We want the whole cylinder to have the same thickness, uniform thickness. So we're going to get rid of the part that is too thick. You can see that the glass that is at the very front has been heated longer, so it is that bright orange. As it's exposed to the room temperature air or being tooled, technical term, it becomes closer to its true color. The inside opaque color is a sky blue, while the outside color is a gold. That tool Sarah just had is called a soffietta. It's our way of blowing the glass when it is on a solid rod rather than a pipe. Now we're going to remove that end little bit. So essentially we let that part of the glass become so cold that when Ben put his diamond shears on the neck and Sarah whacked it with a tweezer, it broke. So now we've gotten that top part really nice and warm. Ben can use his jacks then inside the vessel and push upward. That'll cause the vessel to open. Meanwhile, Sarah is using her paddle to make sure that that lip is opening up evenly and uniform. So now we're just finessing the form, making sure that the diameter is consistent throughout the entire cylinder. Does anyone have any questions about what's going on? Question is, how much are these being sold for? This is a brand new item, so I don't know. That'll be a conversation between the Hot Shop team and the store manager. We've never offered this before. I wish I had a better answer for you. You know, in the next couple of weeks, probably. Tomorrow we have our annual auction and gala, so our hands are tied for right now. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what Red Hot is, it is our annual auction and gala where we raise about 25% of our operating funds. It helps to offset the costs of keeping the furnace running. It also helps to fund our visiting artist residency program. For those of you unfamiliar with that, we have a visiting artist residency that we offer here at the museum. Typically about 8 are awarded a year, and we invite artists from any material to come to the museum, and the team will help facilitate their work in glass. So we love it when tactile artists apply, painters, sculptors, you name it. Of course we love other glass blowers, but we're really excited about realizing other artists' creative aesthetics in glass here at the museum. So now Sarah has suited up, which means we're about to break off this piece. So we added heat, now we're gonna add that cold to create that thermal shock, and then vibrations will be sent up the pipe. Nick is at the ready with the hot torch. He's torching out any residual punny marks at the bottom. And into the annealer it goes, and over the course of about 8.5 hours, that glass will come down from about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to room temperature. This annealing process is critical to ensure the longevity of the piece of glass. Can we go ahead and give the team a round of applause? It's our final piece of the day. So the museum is closing in just a couple of minutes, but we do have a couple of minutes if anyone has any questions.